Good morning to everybody. It is 9 o'clock, but we're still waiting for the court reporters. So we'll be on a little bit of a break until the court reporter starts. Logs
I
on.
am here.
Oh, okay. Miss Rocks, we're
Yes.
glad you're on. Awesome. Yesterday we had James, so we weren't quite sure if it was James or not. So appreciate it. Okay, then I guess we can start. This is the Oil Conservation Commission meeting that was a continuation from yesterday, January 16th and 17th, 2025. We are hearing case number 24912, which is the application of Apache Corporation for an adjudicatory hearing to contest the division's conditions of approval on Apache Corporation's scope of work for additional investigation in Lee County, New Mexico. As we said, this was an evidentiary hearing. We finished up, just to make sure, are all parties here?
Apache's present and ready to go.
Excellent. Mr. Tremaine?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Jesse Tremaine for the Oil Conservation Division. Again, attending virtually.
Excellent. Thank you. And can we also just show that the commissioners are here as well?
Dr. William Ampuma, present, designee of the Energy Secretary.
Excellent.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Greg Bloom, designee of the Commissioner of Public Lands.
Excellent. And as I said yesterday, I am Gerasimos Rosados. I am the acting division director for the OCD, and I'm also commission chair, and I'm present as well. Yesterday, we finished with the Apache witnesses, just to make sure. Mr. Mullenberg, are you all complete with everything that you wanted to present?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as far as our direct, as we indicated yesterday, it's possible we might have some rebuttal and then again, we talked about the possibility yesterday of how to deal with the supplemental conditions.
Correct. So we'll deal with that later on. But as far as your direct, you guys are complete.
As far as our direct, we're complete and ready to move on.
Excellent. Mr. Tremaine, are you ready?
We are ready, Mr. Chair. I'd like to update the commission. The parties have been at work discussing some next steps to, I think, hopefully address some of the concerns raised by OCD earlier in the hearing. And so it's my expectation that when we get to that point, I believe we're going to be able to withdraw OCD Exhibit 9. It is the original conditions are going to be are included in the slideshow for Mr. Powell. So I think that will work. We do feel the need to continue expressing OCD's concerns with the sampling report. So we're going to go through the evidence as we've prepared to present it. But I do expect some at least temporary resolution on part of it. And I think we can resolve that that objection and hopefully position this hearing for a potential order on the original conditions as we've discussed.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, and Mr. Mullenberg, if both of you, we may not have to continue this case further on than possibly today?
That could be, yeah,
Okay.
Based on what Mr. Tremaine has said. If the division withdraws the supplemental conditions, that may resolve this issue, and we can go on to the rest of it. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll carry on, Mr. Tremaine. We're ready for your witness.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, commissioners, and parties. The Oil Conservation Division calls Rosa Ramiro.
Okay. Ms. Romero, if you'll come stand up here, we'll have the court reporter swear you in, and just please make sure that you turn on the microphone.
Testing.
Okay, Ms. Rocks, you're all you.
If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Excellent. The witness has been sworn in. Mr. Tremaine, you may begin.
Good morning, Ms. Ramiro. Could you please tell us where do you work and what is your job title?
My name is Rosa Romero. I am the OCD's Environmental Bureau Chief for approximately the last 2.5 to 3 years.
And are you testifying today on behalf of the Oil Conservation Division?
Yes,
And did you prepare a resume for submission in this hearing?
I did.
And is that labeled as OCD Exhibit Number 1?
Yes,
Is that resume true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes.
Could you please briefly describe your work experience for the commission?
I have a bachelor's of science in wildlife with primary research in aquatic health habitat. Upon graduating from Western New Mexico University, I was employed with the USDA Forest Service in a large-scale aquatic surface water habitat management position. From there, I also worked for the New Mexico Environment Department as an environmental specialist. While I had a wide range of duties, my primary focus was groundwater protection, wastewater management, and participated in large-scale rule changes and regulatory compliance with those groundwater issues. I was also employed at the state engineer's office where I reviewed hydrologic reports, did some hydrologic modeling, and generally served as a water master for Southeast basins until my employment here at OCD.
Ms. Romero, in your various roles, how many site characterizations or investigations approximately have you reviewed or conducted?
Hundreds. I'd be hard pressed to put a specific number on that. We didn't keep track of those, but a significant number of via either permitting, reviewing those kind of reports, that sort of thing.
And have you ever testified before the Oil Conservation Commission before?
I have not.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to share screen to lay foundation for a couple of exhibits.
Sure. Sheila, can you give him access, please?
All right, Ms. Romero, I'm directing you to my shared screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is that the exhibit that we referenced as Exhibit 1? Sorry, your resume as Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also prepare a timeline presentation in preparation for this hearing?
I did.
And is this OCD Exhibit Number 2, which I have on the screen here?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna come back to this one. OCD Exhibit Number 5, it labeled as a February 9th, 2021 closure report. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And was this prepared by you or your staff in preparation for the hearing by pulling it from the OCD permitting website?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to move on to Exhibit Number 6, labeled Scope of Work for Additional Investigation, Exhibit 6 from May 9th. Is this, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And similarly, was this prepared or packaged by you or your staff in preparation for this hearing?
Yes.
And was this pulled from OCD permitting?
I believe this one was pulled via email, but it is available on permitting.
Thank you. Just a quick clarifying question on this one. Did you hear testimony yesterday talking about a May 8th, 2024 report or document submitted by Apache?
Yes.
And this one is labeled by OCD as May 9th, correct?
Yes.
But just to clarify for the record, we're talking about the same document.
It is the same document.
Great, thank you. Exhibit number 7, we have labeled as September 23rd, 2023 Apache EBDU work plan. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is this the same document that was referenced yesterday as Apache's response to OCD's conditions of approval?
Yes.
And was this document prepared for hearing by you or your staff?
Yes,
Are the exhibits that we've discussed, exhibits 2, 5, 6, and 7, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes.
Are there any corrections or changes that you need to make to any of the exhibits before we begin?
No.
Mr. Chair, I would move admission of OCD exhibits 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7.
Mr. Mullenberg, any objection to that? If you'll unmute yourself, there you go.
Yeah, no objection, subject to, there's a long narrative on the site history, and I would just mention the fact that there probably are some specific communications that may be the best evidence of that as opposed to these notes, but no objection to their admission as evidence.
Okay, so they will be admitted. Mr. Tremaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ramiro, I'm going to move back to OCD exhibit number 2. Could you please summarize for the commission what this exhibit is and the purpose of the exhibit?
The purpose of the exhibit was just to highlight key communications, just a chronological events of the incident as from OCD's perspective. Much of this information is probably duplicative from what we've already heard from Apache, and so it is not intended to go into a lot of detail on these specifics over technical details. It's just it's a timeline.
Great. What I'd like to do is move through the presentation kind of slide by slide. So I'm directing you to page 7 of the packet. This is OCD exhibit 20007. Ms. Ramiro, could you please summarize the significance and importance of the information contained on this slide?
Okay, and as stated previously, some of this is paraphrased and some of this is quotes from some of these reports. This is intended to be more of a summary. So some here, we do have some direct quotes from the remediation plan. This was the original reporting of the spill. As stated in the plan, it was due to a corroded isolation valve and was reported as a major incident. At this time, the report only indicated that it was a soil impact incident. Next slide.
Ms. Ramiro,
Here-
what's the, sorry, I'll give you the, introductory question here. On slide 8, page 8, what is please summarize the contents of this slide.
These were the initial test sampling results from the soil impacts directly after the incident occurred. It does show that we have some elevated chloride levels above Crozer criteria at that time.
Okay. Moving on, please summarize the contents of slide 9.
This is reference to what was originally proposed in their remediation plan. To summarize, it was a deep soil excavation, chloride sampling. There were some monitoring wells proposed at that time. Liner installation, backfilling procedures. Again, at this time, there was no groundwater concern. It was soil impacts only.
Okay. And at this point in time, was OCD's approval of installation in the liner consistent with OCD practice?
At that time, yes.
All right, moving on. Please summarize the contents of exhibit 10, slide 10.
This was some addendums that were made to the original remediation plan. Adjustments from the original plan, sampling expansions, just approaches for chloride containment. As previously stated in testimony heard yesterday, there's a lot of general legal statements of liability that are included in all these emails, as well as the original 141.
And at this time, is it accurate to indicate that we were seeing chloride results elevated above the remediation threshold?
Yes, this was this addendum in particular was more centered around the excavation, what portions were getting excavated in order to dig out the chlorides that were being seen on samples.
Thank you. Moving on to the continued slide, please summarize the information on slide 11.
This is the closure report that was previously referenced. The closure report. I'm sorry. I thought somebody said something. The closure report, again, really only indicated that we were looking at soil contamination at the time. This was done, confirmation was done somewhat via email with a former employee. There were small amounts of toluene in some of these samples, but at the time, the small amounts were not something that would have had any major qualifiers. We had some qualifier issues that were outside of the lab control limits, but overall, as if this was a soil remediation only situation, it would achieve closure at that point.
And pardon, Ms. Ramiro, I was coughing. I'm trying to mute if I'm not feeling well. I didn't mean to interrupt you. At the time of the remediation closure report, I believe you just said that, if it was a soil remediation, it would have been closed. So is it accurate to state that absent subsequent information related to groundwater impacts, the site likely would have been closed?
Site was actually closed based on the information they had available to them at that time.
Thank you. To move on to slide 12, please summarize the information here in 12.
This was the annual groundwater monitoring. Again, these were brief portions of it that we wanted to highlight. This was initially after the closure of the C-141 Part 29 incident. There were some indications that some sampling didn't occur at maybe the windmill, but there were some renaming issues. There was definitely, but the highlight here is we're seeing chloride concentrations increasing, and the toluene analysis was flagged as UF. The analyte was not detected, but also exceeded lab control limits.
Okay. And what was the result of that? Strike that. Moving on, please summarize the contents of slide 13.
This was the next sampling event that occurred. Primary thing we're seeing here is that chloride concentrations were now being detected above the regular laboratory limits in 2 and 4, as well as the windmill. TDS samples collected had the qualifier K. That sample was analyzed outside of hold time, so we see some issues with sampling again. TDS for the windmill was listed incorrectly on reports that were submitted. The actual TDS lab sample results were, I believe, 794, not the 781 as indicated in their documentation.
Okay. And moving on, please summarize slide 14 for us.
This was the next sampling event. This occurred approximately a year later. Chain of custody was not included in the laboratory and analytical report for the sampling event, but we continue to see chloride elevations in the same locations.
Okay. And the excerpts on this slide, the maps that are pulled, these are pulled directly from that annual groundwater monitoring report?
Yes, these have all been pulled from Apache's information.
And at that time, and am I understanding this correctly, that these are the 4 monitoring wells that were in place up to this date in February 2022?
Yes.
Thank you. Great. Kind of moving into a new stage here, please summarize for the commission how OCD first started communicating with the landowner.
Just real brief, I didn't want to go into extreme detail on the communications that were had, just to show that we did have raised concern about the site conditions and the sampling results. At that time, there was no observed leaks, no petroleum smell, so there was no reason to think we didn't close things appropriately, but we were also looking at potential impacts and just kind of spurred OCD to look at the site and surrounding area in more detail.
Is it accurate to state that at that first communication, OCD assessed the site for ongoing surface releases?
We did.
Thank you. Moving on to the next slide, slide 16. Please summarize the next step in this process.
This is a continuation of some of those communications. Again, we were really just looking at expanding the area that we had originally been looking at to pinpoint where the concerns were.
Was this the point in time when OCD began realizing that there was a groundwater concern as opposed to ongoing or a new surface release concern?
Yes, this is where conversation started.
Okay. Moving on to slide 17, please kind of summarize the next step or the results of those initial conversations.
Further efforts in soil and groundwater investigation. We had confirmed chlorides in all the additional wells at that point. So they did further vertical delineation at the original site location and placed 2 additional monitoring wells.
Okay, and what these additional labeled on the map, like the SP locations, what do those reflect?
There were some naming issues back then, so I believe those were the additional, because they changed them from SP to TMW, but we see the corrections on the next slide.
Okay, well, moving on to that next slide then, slide 18, please summarize the slide for the commission.
So the BHs were additional boreholes. The SPs were soil analytical results, and the TMWs here on the additional wells were above and below the original site release. OCD did not initially receive confirmation that 5 and 6 were drilled until the scope of work for additional work were received in May of 23. So they did drill the wells. We just didn't have communication on that until later.
Okay, so from the previous slide, communications really started in June and picked up in July of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then once we get to this stage of the slide, it's really in January of 2023 when we have the initial additional wells going into place.
Yes.
Okay. Great. I'm going to move quickly along here to slide 19. Please summarize the contents of this slide.
This is just a short comparison of the groundwater monitoring reports received in 2022. Again, this is short versions. We did see some issues with the chain of custody again, some of the sampling name changes, and total xylenes and samples collected. There's discrepancies with naming. And so this is maybe some of the confusion of, number TMW. We've all named them something different, it appears.
On the previous slide, Mr. Romero, you had indicated that there was confirmation that certain boreholes were put in January. Is this when that occurred?
Somewhere in between. We didn't actually get the report of those results until the additional scope of work came in this annual report. Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm going to move right along to slide 20. Please summarize this this content for the commission.
At this point, OCD required to meet virtually with Apache and their consultant. The high chlorides in some of the exterior wells were not really making sense. And so we discussed adding an additional 4 wells. We discussed what type of sampling would be needed in those exterior. We were looking at exterior boundaries at this point. However, the meeting did end well. Everybody agreed on the placement of those wells during that meeting. Just didn't really have any answers to any of our questions at that point.
Is it accurate to state that at this point in time, the delineation had not expanded far beyond the original release site?
No, we had not looked far beyond the original release site.
All right, moving on to slide 21. Please summarize this slide for us.
Let's see. This was a brief summary of the analytical results from post that previous meeting. Chain of custody indicates samples collected were not preserved for a hydrochloride and BTEX. Does not include toluene results, but we also continue to see chloride contamination. And we were notified that they would be doing additional sampling.
All right, so at this point in time, we're a year out from when the communications really picked up, correct?
Yes.
And the sampling at that point in time had not really expanded beyond, still had not really expanded beyond the original investigation or site of investigation.
Only slightly.
Okay. Moving on to slide 22. Please summarize the content here for us.
Upon reviewing the results, OCD requested an additional meeting with Apache. This is just a summary, but what I wanted to really highlight is that we really emphasized that we needed a comprehensive delineation. All the outside boundaries, drilling schedules, full analytical results. We were starting to see results that could indicate that possibly we had a secondary release, and we were pushing for that comprehensive delineation to answer that question or not. We did not get any clean answers from the sampling that occurred, but we did really stress the need for that comprehensive delineation. It was discussed yesterday. This is the point in which Apache agreed to the 11 through 16 wells. OCD also insisted on number 17.
Okay.
It's also important to note that 17 has been the highest to date.
So to reiterate there, bear with me. So just to clarify, from that meeting, did Apache propose those wells except for 17, or was that agreed to at the meeting?
It was agreed to during the meeting.
Okay, and
they
how
did also attach a scope of work via email. They also submitted. It was a short email of proposing those additional wells. OCD responded also by email and requested the number 17 additional one.
Okay, so that TMW 17 was requested by OCD in the response to the early November scope of work from Apache?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As we've worked through the presentation up till now, how would you characterize OCD's level of concern as you've started to get additional information?
At this point, OCD was very concerned. It was stressed that the comprehensive delineation would be absolutely necessary for decision-making processes.
Okay. I'd like to move to slide 23. Please summarize this one for us.
Just a very brief, we did have some additional landowner contact at that time. Apache, as stated previously, did install additional wells beyond the ones that we were required. We did see the highest levels in well 17, but with all the additional wells that we saw and we saw additional impacts in significant numbers of them.
Did the information you received during this date range alleviate any of OCD's concerns with the site?
No. At this time, I felt we had probably more questions than we did previously. The sporadic chloride results that we were getting, impacts in different wells, it was not making sense, especially in comparison with the flow maps that we had been provided.
Okay. And as we're looking at the date range here, December 4th, 2023, getting into January 2024, did OCD have any concerns or give any consideration to the timeline involved of all these communications?
We did press multiple timelines. We were following up via email. Really, we were pushing for things to move quickly.
Ms. Ramiro, in your experience and under Part 29, like what is OCD's baseline expectation for a site characterization for a new release absent any extenuating circumstances or extensions?
90 days.
Sorry, 90 days?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to move to OCD slide 24. Please summarize this next slide for us.
After reviewing the results, again, we requested an additional meeting. We indicated Apache that we're still unknown with our boundaries. We are still unknown whether we had a cause. We were still unknown with any definitive modeling. The report received included sampling results, but they did not provide for any plans for any additional anything at that point. And so we were raising concerns for what next steps would look like.
Did Apache, I believe you just indicated that Apache didn't provide an additional delineation plan at this point. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Did Apache want to continue groundwater monitoring for some period of time?
They did. It was not specified in this particular report. They just indicated that they would continue monitoring.
And at this point in time, in reviewing the samples and results that OCD had available, did you feel that OCD was able to reasonably identify potential sources of contamination that were showing up in their sample results?
I did not.
I would like to move to the next slide, 25. Please summarize this one for us.
So at this time, Apache proposed an additional scope of work. The scope of work was, intended to locate those external boundaries. They proposed 4 additional monitoring wells and continued monitoring on the existing wells. Some of those were intended for background samples.
And at that time, that scope of work from April 2024 was OCD satisfied with the efficacy of that scope of work?
At this time, OCD, instead of approving or denying, followed up with an additional meeting. The concern was that this would not likely give us enough detail to make a decision.
Okay, moving on to slide 26, please summarize the slide and OCD's response to that April scope of work.
We had the conversation that we would plan on approving the additional wells they proposed, but we also indicated that well drilling was needed, that we were willing to work with anything additional that they might add to the scope of work while while in the field as needed to fully delineate.
At this time, at the meeting in May, I see here in your summary this statement that OCD felt it was necessary to document and issue formal requirements. Was it OCD's? Well, how would you characterize OCD's view of the situation and how it was handling the response at this point?
Most of the conversations and communications were happening via email. At this point, we felt it necessary to have a more formal record of the conversations and the proposed scopes that were being submitted. So we requested that everything be handled through OCD online permitting.
I would like to move on to slide 27. Please summarize this one for us, Ms. Romero.
So Apache did come back and propose wells and sampling to occur after the discussion about delineation at that meeting. They did agree to do all 3103 constituents at the windmill well.
Great. And this, we've talked about this earlier, this May 9th, 2024 report. This is
The scope of work, yes.
this is the scope of work that we've referenced in OCD Exhibit 6 and also is contained in Apache's exhibits.
Yes.
Just to clarify for the record here. Okay. Oh, well, now I messed it up. One moment. All right, I think we are moving on to slide 27. If you could please summarize this one for us. Strike that. You just answered this question. And I interjected with the other slide. Is there anything else that you feel is necessary to clarify for the commission that's contained on this slide?
Not at this time.
All right, moving on to slide 28. Please summarize this, the contents here for the commission.
Again, we have comparison from previous reports. This was an overview of the scope of works we've seen to date. Chloride concentrations, the more wells we're looking at, the larger the extent of chloride contamination.
So up to this point in time, as I understand the slide, I mean, every time we've added more wells, we get more chloride hits. Is there, up to this point, have we satisfied OCD, have the samples satisfied OCD's concern in delineating the external perimeter of the impacted area?
We have not.
I'd like to move on to slide 29. If you could please summarize this one for us.
Continuation of the previous slide. We do continue to have chain of custody issues, some improper conversions, and so our decision-making is still unclear at this point.
Thank you. All right, moving on to slide 30. Please summarize or describe the follow-up meeting as a result of that information on the last slide.
Brief conversations. OCD did communicate that what was provided would not be sufficient to make any decisions on the site, and that a comprehensive and complete delineation has not been provided to date. We did not believe the scope of work was sufficient to be able to do that. As this was submitted now via permitting, we indicated that we would approve or deny that application via permitting, and indicated that conditions of approval would likely be attached if it was to be approved.
Ms. Romero, did you attend the hearing yesterday?
I did.
Did you hear testimony or review the submissions to the effect that Apache may have felt that there was an agreement as a result of these May discussions?
To some extent, we communicated well during the meeting. There was agreed upon that they were willing to work with OCD and what we wanted to see as far as what that delineation looked like. I felt that OCD communicated effectively that we were looking for that complete delineation and looking for a wider scope to be able to obtain that.
Do you feel that it was communicated effectively during this period of time that that OCD would necessarily that OCD may approve the submission with conditions of approval?
We did.
And earlier in your testimony you had indicated that OCD had started transitioning to document and issue approvals through OCD permitting rather than less formal communications. Was this a continuation of that effort?
Yes.
Moving on to slide 31. Please summarize the contents of this slide as actually, let me ask you, is this representative of OCD's response to that May 8th or 9th scope of work?
Yes. We pull these out because reading them off of our OCD permitting is not as easy. It's a note format. My team was tasked with providing rationale for each individual well. I'm not going to go into the rationale in super detail today because my Deputy Director Brandon Powell will be going over that later on. But OCD's conditions of approval were aimed at complete delineation, and this was pulled from permitting some of the rationale that we obtained.
So from your review leading up to this approval of the scope of work with conditions of approval, and based on what Apache had submitted in the scope of work, if OCD were going to transition to approve a remediation plan that isolated or removed potential contamination, and again, based on what Apache had submitted, would OCD know where it was necessary to complete that remedial work?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And so this the wells listed here, I believe you referenced this, but these are simply the wells that were conditioned in the conditions of approval, which Apache subsequently objected to?
Yes.
Okay. And just to clarify for the commission, you had indicated that the conditions are difficult to read on the OCD website. Is that right?
It's a different formatting. This was just easier to list them all.
I'm trying to just clarify for everyone that how the conditions are oriented. As a result of OCD's interest in documenting the next steps formally through permitting, the conditions of approval when they're entered, do those get are those documented on the incident page or somewhere else?
They are documented on the incident page.
Okay. And did that appear on the page in a particular field, or how does
It
that
does.
appear?
The appearance is it's an annotation to whatever approval that was given.
Okay. So this is simply copying that information out and expanding it for the commission's review?
Just for readability.
Okay. All right. I'd like to move on to slide 32. We're now in August. Please summarize the content here for us.
When OCD proposed the additional wells, this was some excerpts from Apache's response in which they objected to the additional wells that we had indicated. Excuse me. They did provide their rationale for some of them and did indicate that they were willing to add the additional two wells instead of the OCD requested wells.
And upon review, did OCD feel that that response to the conditions of approval would provide for adequate delineation?
We did not.
How did OCD respond to that?
We requested an additional meeting.
I would like to move on to slide 33. Please summarize the content here for the commission.
So again, brief a summary of the additional meeting. Mr. Powell did go through the additional wells and provided rationale for the placement of those wells. Apache at that time did agree to a revised plan that they would do revisions and resubmit to OCD.
And did Apache ultimately submit a revised plan or scope of work?
They did.
And is that represented on slide 34?
It is.
Please summarize the contents of slide 34 for the commission.
They added the soil boring proposals. They increased from the 5 wells to an additional 2, which would have been 7 total. Less than half of what OCD had originally requested.
And again, like the last one, did OCD feel that that response was adequate to fully delineate the site?
It did not.
And this discussion was happening in September of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Did OCD have any ongoing concerns regarding the lapse of time during these discussions?
Yes.
How did OCD respond to the additional groundwater delineation work plan?
At this point, it had been approximately 2.5 years since we originally started working on this project. And so we did not feel that this was adequate.
Moving on to slide 35. I think I've jumped ahead on you with my question here. Please summarize the slide 35 for the commission.
This is fairly self-explanatory. We just, this was directly from Apache's proposed additional wells. The ones circled on the map are the additional ones that they agreed to in their scope of work.
Thank you. Going to move right along to slide 36. Please summarize OCD's review and response to the additional delineation work plan.
I won't go into a lot of detail because I was not on this conversation, but Brandon, our deputy director, Brandon Powell, in communications with our legal counsel, did not feel this was a good faith effort and gave the option to comply with our conditions or let us know if we were going to hearing.
All right. And as far as your participation in the back and forth discussions, this was kind of the end point for that pending Apache's decision in response to our ultimatum, for lack of a better word?
Yes. My reviews were from more the technical capacity. This is when it expanded into our legal group.
All right, I'd like to move over. Oh, that's it. We have moved through the slide. So just to reiterate, Ms. Ramiro, the contents of these slides that we've summarized, this is excerpts and paraphrases from the other exhibits represented, both in that we've admitted and that Apache has admitted, correct?
Yes, paraphrased from Environmental Bureau perspective.
Okay. So a couple of just real high level questions to clarify over the presentation. So between two 2019, when the first release was reported, and July of 2022, was OCD aware of, or did OCD identify any groundwater impacts?
I believe the initial sampling results showed an increase in chloride, but it did, at that time had not creeped high enough to fall under a groundwater investigation case. It was probably post 2022 when we saw higher numbers that would lead us into that path.
So prior to discussions and review of the sampling in 2022, the information available to OCD, did it provide a basis for which OCD would have required an additional investigation?
Can you rephrase that?
I'm trying to zero in on when OCD made the decision to expand the investigation. So I'm just wondering if between 2000, go ahead.
Yeah, from the original sampling of the original first 2 and then 4 wells, the increased chlorides and the continually increasing chlorides coupled with the increasing chlorides from the windmill well led us into further investigation.
Okay. So the initial sampling and remediation event, would that have warranted ongoing groundwater monitoring, which Apache did?
Not necessarily. The soil excavation, theoretically, if the soil excavation was closed because of sampling done at that time.
Okay. I think that these are all of my questions on direct, Ms. Ramiro. So, Mr. Chair, the witness is available for cross.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mullenberg. And please don't forget to turn on your mic.
Thank you for the reminder. Ms. Romero, thank you very much for your testimony today. I have just a few questions for you. If you could turn to let me make sure I got the right slide. It's slide 22 at the bottom. Do you have that in front of you? I think we can do this quickly without pulling it up on the screen.
I believe so.
Okay. There's a reference to an email dated November 29th, 2023, and it says received from legal counsel. Do you know what legal counsel that was? In particular, do you know if that was the landowner's legal counsel?
I believe it was the landowner's legal counsel. I don't have that in front of me. It was not me who originally received this email. This was through our, at the time, acting director, Dylan Fuge. But I believe it was their legal counsel who reached out to him.
Okay. And my next question related to a comment that you made, and I think it was regarding your testimony on slide 25. And you said, I believe at this point, and I think we're in April 2024, OCD did not have enough detail to make a decision. Could you clarify for us what kind of a decision OCD would have been considering at that time?
Decision being, is this another release that needs to be reported to OCD that OCD needs to point out? Is this a groundwater case that OCD needs to request official documentation on? Really not enough information to provide any direction or to follow our regulation.
Thank you for that. Ms. Romero, slide number 30 refers to a follow-up meeting on May 16th of 2024. And then my understanding is that the subsequent to that, the next communication was OCD transmitting its conditions of approval. Is that consistent with your recollection and understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any particular reason for the time frame between the May 16th meeting and the July 24th communication regarding the couple of months time frame there?
We needed significant research on the rationale for each individual placement.
And then getting to the last slide, number 36, which discusses the time period after communications between Apache and the division regarding the conditions of approval. I believe in one of his questions to you, Mr. Tremaine referred to that as an ultimatum. In your view, is that an accurate characterization?
No, in my view, I don't believe it was an accurate communication. At this time, personally, we had been willing to communicate and work with Apache. At that time, a good faith effort would have been, we were willing to discuss placement of wells to some extent, but as previously communicated, we were not willing to back off on the comprehensiveness of what we were looking for.
And that would describe your disagreement with Mr. Tremaine's use of the word ultimatum?
I would not call that an ultimatum.
Okay. Up until this point in time, during all of the back and forth between Apache and OCD, would you characterize the discussions as being cooperative?
For the most part, yes.
And up until this point in time, can you point to any particular instance when Apache had not agreed to particular requests for investigation by the division?
I feel that it was the division requesting continually having to request more work.
And is it fair to say during this entire time up again until this September 2024 meeting that both Apache and the division were trying to interpret and address a great deal of information that was being collected at the site?
We started with trickling information and it did increase over time at OCD's request.
Thank you. Just a point as to your testimony regarding a transition from informal communications to recording information on the division's website regarding particular incidents. And I believe that took place in around April or May of 2024. Doesn't the division post email communications between the division and an operator on into the incident file on the OCD website?
When we are at the time and probably to date, we still can't confirm or we can't say, yes, it is definitively related to the original incident. So there was some question whether this should be considered a new incident or not. At this time, we are uploading all of those emails for documentation purposes. We have gotten those uploaded, but originally, I think that was why things were happening informally, is because we weren't sure that it was related to the original incident.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Ms. Romero, thanks again for your testimony.
Mr. Tremaine, was there anything that you wanted to redirect with?
Just a quick question. Ms. Romero, do you recall Mr. Mullenberg just asked you why a question about why it took from May 16th, 2024 until July of 2024 for OCD to issue the conditions of approval. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Is it typical practice for OCD and the Environmental Bureau in particular to define the terms of an extensive delineation for the operator?
No.
So is it typical for OCD to provide such an extensive list of conditions or list of additional specific sampling points or wells or anything of that nature?
No. Typically, the expectation is that the operator or consultant provide that to us.
Had OCD, in your opinion, had OCD repeatedly expressed the need for a significantly more comprehensive delineation plan to Apache over the previous meetings and discussions?
I feel that was communicated in every discussion.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn to the commissioners. Commissioner Bloom, we'll start with you. Commissioner, you're still muted.
Mr. Chair, no questions. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Commissioner Mpoma.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Romero, for your testimony. So I do have a couple of questions for you. The first one is on your slide 15. You talked about there was a closure to the soil remediation. Now, my question on that is, did NMOCD personnel inspected the site to make sure that, let's say, the remediation plan, everything was followed before the closure was more or less permitted?
This was a very standard site, or so we thought at that point. We don't inspect every site. That was typically, closures are typically done via laboratory analysis, soil sampling results.
So no.
No.
Okay. Now, prior to the closure, was the last results from the soil sampling, did it show that the chloride was in normal range that was acceptable to NMOCD?
Contaminated soils were excavated. There were some contamination left in place, hence the need for the liner. The liner utilized to protect chlorides from washing further down.
But
But it did meet closure criteria to close.
it met the closure criteria to close?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me ask, so what is the responsibility of OCD with regards to working with operators to identify the source of contamination?
I misunderstand. Can you repeat that?
Okay. My question is, what is the responsibility of OCD with regards to identifying the source of contamination?
OCD, unless it's a surface contamination, OCD doesn't have the equipment to fully investigate on a situation like this.
So then is it accurate that OCD relies heavily on the operator for the source of the contamination?
Yes.
Determination, okay. Now, based on the testimony that we've gone through yesterday, today, one big question that still hang around that I really want your take on is Apache responsible for full delineation and remediation, even if it cannot be established that the contamination occurred as a result of the Apache known release that was reported to OCD?
Apache is the only oil field operator. Excuse me. They are the only operator who has lines, wells in that particular vicinity. So while it may not be a part of the original release, maybe it could be, we don't know. But if it is not, what else is out there is still Apache.
Okay. So as of still 2022, or even as of, let me say, May 16, 2024, has OCD visited the remediation site?
Yes.
Okay. So in your testimony, you talk about OCD demonstrated that the proposed work was not sufficient to provide complete delineation. Can you provide more information on that?
I'm not going to go into a super amount of detail because Mr. Powell's testimony will
Okay.
likely cover that significantly.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now on page 31 of your testimony of the exhibit, you say that drilling of all wells is required to commence within 90 days from this date of approval. That was the last statement before the table. So is it the position of NMOCD that all the wells listed, let's say from 30 to 43, all needs to be drilled at once, immediately 90 days after the approval?
I mean, typically mobilization, you get one drill rig out there and they do them one after the other. I really think we were just looking for a commitment, a deadline. Previously, we've had other deadlines in relationship to these wells, and we've been flexible, but it's a way of ensuring ongoing communication.
So was OCD flexible with regards to stage-wise approach, or let's say once you have a rig on site, you have to drill all these wells, or there's a flexibility on, let's say, stage-wise approach?
I do not believe we had that conversation, but I believe that'd probably be a better suited for Mr. Powell to answer.
Okay. Now, why at let's say when OCD determined that there is a probable, let's say, possible groundwater contamination, that was way back in 2022. Why did NMOCD not move into, let's say, groundwater remediation efforts?
It needs to be fully investigated before groundwater remediation efforts can be. If we start remediation efforts, say anything, a pump and treat, if we still have an active release that's still actively contaminating, that's not going to do us any good. We really needed to determine where that was coming from before anything else could take place.
So as of 2022, up until now, there has not been an established complete source of release, I guess. Is that a fair statement?
I do not have enough information to answer that. No.
Do you have enough information to say whether there has been a full delineation of the contamination on the site?
No.
Okay. Now, on September 24, 2024, why did OCD feel that the additional 7 wells that Apache proposed were not adequate?
Again, that would have to be answered by Mr. Powell.
Mr. Powell, okay. Okay. Then another question, probably, let me ask anyway. How confident is OCD that the additional 14 wells that were attached to the condition will fully delineate the contamination? Mr. Powell.
Mr. Powell is going to go into some details.
Okay. Now, let me ask, does NMOCD support a stage-wise approach? You know, because there has been an established, at least that has been established through the hearing, that there was a good, coordination between OCD and Apache. So does NMOCD support a stage-wise approach to continue to address this problem?
I believe so.
Okay. So yesterday we went through the exhibit, Apache exhibit, C 4.1. I don't know if you can have I don't know if you want to refresh your memory on that, but
Can somebody bring it up?
Okay.
I
Can
can
someone
share.
help me? Okay, thank you. Good. Thank you, sir. So the green dots or balls shows what NMOCD is proposing. The blue balls, what Apache is proposing. Have you reviewed this map?
To some extent.
Okay, thank you. Do you believe Apache's proposed well locations and that of OCD proposed well locations are optimized to get the best results that OCD is looking for?
I think there are still some discrepancies with this map that leads to additional questions. Obviously, some of that was addressed yesterday and typos that they were indicating that were data errors. I believe that some locations could be negotiated to some extent, but as I look at this, I still have a lot of questions when it comes down to.
Okay. Do you believe OCD and Apache can work together, starting with this particular map, to come to an optimized well location to help get the answers that OCD is looking for?
I do.
Would you prefer that? Let's say, would you prefer that option? Or is OCD asking the commission to make that determination?
I don't think I'm equipped to answer that one. I think that would be a Brandon question.
But okay. Okay. So based on your testimony, you talked about new additional information unraveled as a result of, let's say, initiative by OCD. So I want to ask you, was there any initiative that was more or less started by Apache that you feel like they are fully committed to addressing this problem?
I do not feel that they put in the effort that we were looking for.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can I ask who was it that was just speaking?
That is Commissioner Mpoma, Dr. William Mpoma.
Let's see if I have his name. Could you spell his last name for me?
AMPOMAH.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Ms. Romero. We appreciate it. I have just a couple of questions. He stated that in the September 2024, and I forgive me, I believe it is, I switched screens here, so bear with me. Slide 34, that Apache proposed the 5 wells plus the 2 additional, which is half of what the OCD proposed. And I just wanted to reiterate, and this may be a Mr. Powell question. I realize we've been asking you a lot of those today, so I apologize for that. But why do you feel that the Apache 7 wells are not sufficient?
Mr. Powell's going to go
Mr.
into
Powell question.
real
Okay.
significant detail.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't cross anything there. There was an intonation yesterday that the OCD stopped communication. Can you explain to us, at least at your level, when communication stopped? I think we got the impression that it may have stopped sooner, earlier in the year than what your timeline is showing. So can you please kind of tell us when communication stopped in your opinion?
That final meeting that I attended, let me figure out what slide that was. Would have been late August. Because really the conversation centered around, we went through significant detail working on the map, conversation centered around rationale. We really expressed what we were looking for and what we needed. And when the plan that came back did not reflect any of that conversation, I think communication ceased.
Okay. Another thing, Mr. Mullenberg had asked you, you had mentioned in your testimony that between May of 2024 through July of 2024, and I believe this is slide number, I want to say 31. It's where you stated about the wells and the rationale behind them. You stated that you needed significant rationale to be able to propose these wells. Why was there significant rationale needed?
Because typically this is not OCD's responsibility. They have a consultant, but in this circumstance, we felt they needed a push.
Okay. And you said the OCD had a consultant, or
No.
Apache had the consultant?
Apache has a consultant.
Okay.
OCD do not.
Sorry, I don't write as fast. I apologize.
It's typically done by the consultant, not by OCD.
Okay. There was it caught my attention as well. There was the phrase that was used, ultimatum. Can we kind of discuss, you said that you did not think it was an ultimatum. What did you feel it was that that was presented from the OCD to Apache? I believe.
Again, I feel like we were willing to negotiate to some extent on locations, but we were looking for comprehensive plan, a complete plan. Short of getting that, there was nothing left to review.
Okay, excellent. And lastly, in the questioning that Commissioner Mpoma, Dr. Mpoma had, you were talking about, he showed the relief. It was Apache C 4.1. This last one with all the wells showing on it. You stated that you felt that some locations could potentially be negotiated, but that you still have a lot of questions. So the OCD is willing to work at talking through some of these wells. Is that what I'm understanding from what you meant?
I believe so.
Okay, excellent. I don't have any other questions for Ms. Romero. Did anybody else have any questions? Mr. Mullenberg, Mr. Tremaine?
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Tremaine?
Nothing further.
Ms. Romero, thank you. We appreciate it. We've been at it for about an hour and 20 plus minutes. I think if we could just take a 10-minute break, so maybe come back at 10:30 and we can pick up again. I think it's a good breaking point. Thank you, everyone. It is 10:30. We're back on record. We're continuing case number 24912, which is the application of Apache Corporation for the adjudicatory hearing to contest the division's conditions of approval on Apache Corporation's scope of work for additional investigation in Lee County, New Mexico. This is an evidentiary hearing. We just finished listening to OCD's first witness. So Mr. Tremaine, I believe you have another witness, correct? You're muted, Mr. Tremaine.
That's helpful. Thank you. Yes, that is correct. And if I may, the division calls Mr. Brandon Powell.
Okay, Mr. Powell, if you'd come up, please. You will be sworn in by our court reporter. The microphone is on for you.
If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Excellent. Mr. Tremaine, your witness has been sworn in. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Brandon Powell.
Mr. Powell, where do you work and what is your job title?
I work in the Oil Conservation Division Aztec office. My job title is the Deputy Director.
And are you testifying today on behalf of the Oil Conservation Division?
I am.
Okay. I'd like to start by directing your attention to two exhibits, and I'd like to share screen for that, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Yes, Sheila, if you could give him approval, please.
Mr. Powell, did you prepare a curriculum vitae for submission in this hearing?
I did.
Is that what's labeled as Exhibit 3 and displayed on the shared screen in right now?
It is.
And is this this exhibit was prepared by you?
It was.
And is is it necessary to make any corrections or updates to this exhibit that you're aware of?
It's not that I'm aware of.
All right. Did you also prepare a visual aid presentation in preparation of this hearing?
I did.
And is this what's labeled as Exhibit 4?
It is.
Okay. And you prepared this exhibit?
I did.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move admission of OCD Exhibit number 3 and OCD Exhibit number 4.
No objections.
Okay. They've been admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Powell, I'd like to just start off by running through your presentation slide by slide and providing a summary for the commission here. So I'm going to OCD Exhibit 4-0041, slide 41 of the exhibit packet. Could you please summarize the intent and purpose of this visual aid presentation for the commission?
So this slide was set up as an overview of kind of the site as a whole, how we got here, what the division's doing, and I'll go through it in more detail and kind of why we're here today. So summarizing it, this presentation provides information received from Apache's history of the investigations in the area. Couple things that I'll point out in that statement. To date, a lot of the information we're depending on, it came from Apache, work Apache's done. We're not disputing, the prior soil samples. I know there's some corrections and some COCs, those kind of things. But overall, we're looking at the information from Apache being correct and complete. And that's the information we use to make our decisions from. We'll talk briefly basic rules and principles of Part 29, which is the spill rule. A couple key metrics to point out that the investigation release area currently is over 4 million square feet or approximately 94 acres. This area contains a contaminated area of roughly 2.6 million square feet or approximately 60 acres. Both areas have the potential to grow until the site is fully delineated and abatement can start on the release. The chloride groundwater limit is 250 milligrams per liter or background. I have in here that the contaminated area is over 20 times that limit based on the results that we received in the 8th of this month. That's now, I believe, over 50 times that limit based on the current sampling results. Apache groundwater flows and concentration contours drastically change after every new set of wells are set, showing additional investigations needed. The groundwater in the area continues to potentially degrade and or spread while Apache's delays action. Again, this is evident since we received the information in the January, how several wells have degraded over that amount of time. The goal of OCD's COAs is not to make any final determinations. The actions are an effort to continue to expedite the delineation of the release, which is one of the very first steps that should be taken when classifying a release, a step Apache has taken years to perform so far and has not yet accomplished. Going a little bit further in detail, there was a lot of discussion about delineation and what delineation means. I believe Apache is correct when they state the north, south, east, and west borders are delineated. Why not fully delineated? I think we are close to delineating the exterior borders of the release. But one of the keys to being able to properly remediate something, being able to properly take those next steps is identifying interior boundaries as well, which includes finding your highest level of chlorides, your highest level of impacts. I've reviewed probably thousands, either directly and indirectly, of remediations. I have reviewed hundreds of groundwater abatement plans over the years, in the 18 years I've been with the OCD. One of the things that you have to delineate is where your concentrations are, so then you can properly plan a remediation step. Without knowing where those concentrations are, it's hard to place recovery wells, remediation wells in efficient areas to effectively start that remediation. On smaller groundwater sites, such typically easier to find and quicker to find, but the sheer mass of this area makes that difficult. And I'll dive into that more as we go through the rest of the presentation, and why we selected the wells we did. One other note that it's been mentioned a couple times that the division, or that Apache approximately had half of what OCD did as far as their conditions. One timeline to kind of point out and to make sure we're all on the same page at, and the overview is a good place to put that. The OCD added 14 wells as conditions to the original or to the 5 that Apache had in May. So that's a total of 19 wells that division was expecting to be drilled. When Apache came back with the September plan, they had a total of 7. So the division was looking at 19, Apache came back with 7. Okay. So that is well more than half. I'll let everybody else do the math, but there's a substantial difference between 19 and 7. Talking more about the communication chain, I think, is important in the overview as well, why we got to where we did. When OCD received the March 2024 report, that report didn't propose any additional investigatory actions other than continued sampling in the area. If my memory serves me correct, Apache stated that they wanted to monitor for another year before they took additional actions. In that discussion, OCD pressed that they wanted more comprehensive investigation. So Apache came back in April with 4 additional wells. There was a subsequent meeting to that. OCD again pressed that they wanted more comprehensive investigation. Apache came back with 5 wells, so only 1 additional well was added in May. To help expedite the process, OCD took that May report. They added the additional 14 wells as COAs for a total of 19 wells the OCD was looking to drill in the area. Apache submitted the information that Rosa previously showed, stating that they wanted to meet, we see if we can find some common ground. So we met with Apache. We again emphasized the fact that we wanted a more comprehensive plan. Apache assured us that they would go back, review OCD's conditions, and come back with that more comprehensive plan. When they came back with that more comprehensive plan in September, they went from 5 wells to 7 wells. So they added 2 of the additional 14 wells OCD was looking for, which is not, in my opinion, a good faith effort to address the concerns that was shown by those additional 14 wells. Each one of those wells had specific reasoning why OCD wanted those. So 2 wells in addition to what OCD had already reviewed, I felt was not a good faith effort. And I felt that negotiations at that point had stalled. Yes, there was an additional boring around the original release point, around the junction box in addition to that. And that may be helpful with soil abatement, but to understand groundwater and concentrations of the area, I felt that that was not a good faith effort at that point, and that negotiations had stalled. So it was under my decision to contact our legal counsel at that point and give Apache essentially 3 options. They had the option of either complying with the COAs, taking this to hearing, or the division would look at a notice of violation for failure to comply. If you want to call that an ultimatum, I'm fine with that statement. But it gave those 3 options to comply. At the end of the day, for this release site, Apache is the responsible party that OCD holds for this. The cleanup, the investigation, it should not be OCD's burden to go out and push and push and push. It should be Apache's burden to go out and perform this investigation. And even though Apache in several meetings has been cooperative, has added wells where we've asked them to do, it has constantly been OCD's push to get them in the room to have the discussions to add those wells, to add those things, because original plans don't have those. So it's, and I say that that's not from the release when it originally happened in 2019. That's when we started looking at the groundwater concerns starting in 2022 moving forward. And those conversations were very successful early on. It wasn't until that September date that really those negotiations stalled and OCD felt time was of the essence. So instead of continuing to belabor setting additional meetings, again, 2 wells out of the 14 additional wells that OCD approved or had as COAs did Apache pick up. So to expedite that process, that's why I gave the directive to legal staff to cancel for further meetings. So I just wanted to clear that up front.
All right, Mr. Powell, you've given us a number, an extensive summary there to kind of go through. I want to examine a few of these points with you before we move into the presentation, like at the summary level. So you had referenced concentration delineation. I believe you compared or contrasted that to the next step of remediation. So can you just clarify for the commission what you mean by concentration delineation as the stage that we've been in, and what the, in your opinion, the next necessary step is going to be in response to this incident?
So concentration delineation, really what we're looking at this point is understanding where the chlorides are and at what levels. So you find the core of your mass contaminants. from your core of your areas, then you can start looking at what remediation looks like. Is it 20 recovery wells? Is it 2? You really start looking at what that looks like. The well that Apache proposed in their plan, TMW 27, was upgradient from the largest mass of chlorides that we'd seen. Would it affect 27 from area of exposure? Possibly, but we don't know if 17 is the highest contaminated point at this point, or if it's downgrading another 200 feet or 400 feet. We just don't have that information yet. So 27 may or may not effectively have an effect. Is there an ongoing release? You could be pumping out water as fast as it's being contaminated. So understanding that those particular aspects are key. Soil columns, that's one of our additional conditions we added to this, is in each new monitor wells, we're asking for composite samples every 5 feet from the surface to the groundwater to see if we encounter another chloride contaminated area in the soil that could be adding to this situation. Because several of the wells that were drilled to date did not have that level of investigation. So we could have drilled through another core of contaminated soil and not known it. So understanding that information is going to be key to understanding how big of an impact we have, where we need to look at recovery wells, how many recovery wells we're looking for. And those parameters are also going to be key if Apache and others want to model it. Models are based on key inputs. If you don't have key inputs, you typically don't have models. And I am not a modeling expert, and I don't pretend to be. But I do know that you have to have proper concentrations to be able to properly model. If you would have modeled off of the March report, that model would probably have been totally different if you modeled it off of the January report, because concentrations in key areas went up 2 to 8 times in key wells. So looking at chloride loads in an area, those models would have been vastly different on overall levels of impacts in those areas. And something to point out when you're looking at understanding that, when you're talking chlorides versus hydrocarbons, because that was something Apache testified to earlier, they stated that there'd be a more immediate concern if you were talking free phase product. Well, chlorides isn't free phase, but chlorides contaminate an entire water column. It doesn't float on top. It contaminates an entire water column because it's a dissolved constituent. So you're not talking about contamination in the top inches or feet of a water column. You're talking about a contaminated water column through the entire column of that. So understanding those constituents, how far that is, where the highest levels are really key to understanding what those next steps are.
Mr. Powell, I think one last question before we get into the next slides. What is the significance, in your opinion, of OCD specifically requiring TMW 17?
So OCD in the last drilling event specifically required TMW 17. And to be honest, it was in an area that just didn't have prior information. And it was a large area in between 2 wells. So we required 17 just to kind of close that gap to see if it was homogeneous in between the 2 monitor wells that were mentioned in that COA, or if there was something different. I think Apache's witness did a really good job that said, providing that sometimes contaminants in groundwater, you have a gradient, but you can have flows through that gradient in different areas. So 17 was to close a potential pathway or a flow through an area just to see if there was something there. And lo and behold, we found the highest contaminated well to date.
At the time that was required, did OCD's suspect in any way that you were going to get the levels or the hits that we got for chlorides or TDS?
We did not.
All right. I'd like to move into the next couple areas of slides. I'm going to refer you to slides 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. And without getting into any legal determination, I'm asking you, are these provided for the commission and the parties' information as the relevant sections of statute and rule that OCD relies upon in consultation with counsel to respond to incidents and spills?
It is.
Okay. I'm going to move right along.
Before we move along, I would like to pull up 43 if you don't mind, just as a general awareness.
So, Mr. Powell, what's significant on slide 43?
So 43 talks about one of the key aspects of Part 29, which is site assessment and characterization. This is one of the platforms that OCD needs to be able to understand a release, the significance of the release, and the area of impact a release has. So, you know, this is one of the things in Part 29, which is referred to as a spill rule, that is a very significant portion of that rule, is to being able to characterize the release as a whole. And it's full characterization, not just delineation, but characterizing the release as a whole. So then you know what your remediation plan is at that point. So if you look at subsection C, the characterization should come in with a proposed remediation plan. At this point in time, we don't have a full characterization of the site to even propose a remediation plan.
Thank you. All right. So moving on from the authorities into what we have labeled as a current state of monitoring wells. I'm going to direct you to slide 48, Mr. Powell, and please tell the commission why this slide is provided and briefly summarize the significance of the slide.
So I'll do that, and then I've actually got a favor I'll ask. So this map was to give an overview of the site as a whole, where we're at today, and I apologize, the red lettering didn't come out very readable when we created it into an exhibit, but it was to give the area as a whole, what we're dealing with, where we're seeing high areas, and it's essentially what Apache's shown in the earlier exhibits. On this map, I'm going to note the aqua blue color starting at TMW7. That's the junction box that Apache referred to multiple times. So that's where the original release was that OCD became aware of in 2019 that Apache took actions on. So that release, OCD seen at that time, and Apache through Apache's presentations, was a soil only release. The soil was investigated, the soil was sampled, there was extensive work done by Apache in that area, and all that work was approved by OCD. And I will give credit to Apache for taking those actions, because they followed all the procedures on a soil event that OCD required and are typical processes. The one thing I'll point out in Monitor Well 7, that's the area of the junction box that originally was discovered. There are several mentions that maybe there was historical releases in that same junction box over the years that we just didn't catch that may have contaminated groundwater. The size of the plume of chloride contamination we're looking at in this area is so large. I would be shocked if during the original excavation in that area, if the chloride load was from that area, that you would have enough infiltration over the years to push the chlorides low enough where you would have not have detected it in monitor well 7 area during original excavation. So that's one of the flags that we had when, especially when we keep seeing higher and higher numbers. If you had had that much produced water flowing in that specific area over a large amount of time, you would have thought the soil concentrations would have been so high that it would have required additional delineation and action in that area. One of the other things that was discussed in excess was the high levels we're seeing in the January 8th report. Maybe it was due to rain and groundwater flow because of that. One of the things that has been determined in this area, if you look at the southernmost part of that aqua area, is essentially a playa type land area where all that water in that area flows to. So that's where you have water infiltration at. That water infiltration is west of several of the key wells that increased, which includes TMW 14 on the easterly boundaries. It's west at TMW 17. And the flow in that area theoretically should be flowing towards the windmill well and to the southwest. So that's where your water influx should be sitting. So that's where you would have your water infiltration at from your rain events. Because I'm not an expert, but I think you're probably looking at inches of rain in the southeast part of the state, and not feet of rain. So your infiltration, unless you get a head to push contaminants, is very minor for infiltration. Because the rain hits, it soaks in, it heats up, it evaporates. So unless you get water accumulating in an area to cause a head to push contaminants down, infiltration is less likely in the southeast part of the state just because they don't get the rainfall event. That was something that was discussed in extents in the prior pit rule hearing in 2008 and 2013 when looking at levels regarding that rulemaking. So that's why I'm familiar with generally that concept.
So, Mr. Powell, a couple clarifying questions. I want to bring this to a head. So, if I'm understanding you correctly, OCD has a concern that if there was a prior or a larger release from the original release site near TMW 7, OCD is not seeing an indication that there are ongoing or release in the form of chlorides, or there's not sampling to indicate that there are chlorides in that location that are leaching the groundwater. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's my opinion that if there was chloride contamination to the extent that we just seen in the January report, we should have seen it in that original excavation.
Okay. And likewise, am I understanding that another flag for OCD is that, surface water flows downhill, and we're not seeing indication of concentration of contaminants in the wells nearest to what's known to OCD to be the lowest lying area of related to the original release site.
So to clarify that statement, water flows downhill, and what we extrapolate from that, the water flows the natural topography water channels in this area, which has been determined to follow that path. And then once it sits, that's where you're going to get potentially mounding from influx of water, those kind of things, infiltration. We're not seeing the mounding in the maps around TMW 1, 9, or 10, or even 5. And those are the areas closest to what has previously been determined as the collection area for rain events in that area. We're seeing it further to the north and to the east around TMW 4, which is essentially up gradient from that collection area.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Are there any other items of significance that we need to point out for the commission on this slide?
Not in this map, but I would like to go to Apache's revised map because this map was originally intended to be current state at the site. And with the January information that was submitted to us, this is no longer a current state map. So I'd like to go to Apache's, this map here that's on the
If I could-
screen.
So for the record, I'm going to direct you to page 3 of what is Apache Corporation's Notice of Errata. And this is labeled, page 3 labeled as Apache Exhibit C 4.1. Mr. Powell, could you please summarize the significance of this slide that you had previously referenced?
So this slide kind of shows everything to current state. I think Apache did a great job trying to summarize a lot of information in a single slide. And so I want to go through that. There's several points that I'd like to make as we go through that. So bear with me, because I think this is a really important map that Apache provided. So I want to start with some of the wells that we've seen increases on in this map. So the first well I'm going to bring up is TMW 17. That's the hottest well we've seen continuously to date. So in this, at this sampling event, which was in October, the chloride levels at that well went from 5680 to 14,900. That's almost a tripling of chloride load in TMW 17. And that's at a level not previously seen in this entire area. So if that chloride load came from somewhere, it was an area that was pre-existing. It's an area that wasn't previously detected, showing that original investigation was deficient in identifying your core contaminants. Moving to TMW 14, which is to the east of 17. That water quality in chlorides alone went from 1,810 to 7,790. So again, several multiplication factors of increase. Again, at 14, that's at a level not previously seen in this area. So again, if that level of contaminant was in the area previously, the investigation was not complete enough to identify a significant chloride plume moving through the area. Moving down to TMW 15, which is in between those two. TMW 15 went from 2,160 to 7,160. Very same statements regarding that well. TMW 5. Go ahead, Jesse.
Well, I just would like to summarize, like on this point, Mr. Powell. I mean, you've heard the testimony throughout the rest of the hearing, correct?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the materials and the prior reports submitted by Apache?
I have.
Have you heard or read anything that that explains the change in these sample results?
I have not.
Okay. I believe you had referenced TMW 5. Please explain to the commission the significance of the map at TMW 5.
So, and I will, and I've got actually two wells I'd like to explain a little bit more, 5 and 18. And so on 5 previously, and this is an area getting close to the windmill. So it went from 2,980 to 3,990. So it's an increase of 1,000 milligrams per liter, which is a lot lower than the other ones that I previously mentioned, but it's significant because you're getting closer to being up gradient from the windmill, and you're going up by a factor of 1,000 milligrams per liter, which is more up gradient than the current surface concern in the area. And then TMW 18 is very significant as well, because that well went from 908 to 7,820. And why that's so significant is because that's your southernmost well that had a significant increase. And why that's significant is because, again, we didn't see those levels before in any sampling, and it's down gradient from all of our potential sources. Again, chlorides don't float on top of the water. They infiltrate an entire water column. So for it to get to 18 through those gradients, it would have had to move through 17 and 15 to get from the original release area as described by Apache to get to 18. And you're talking several hundred feet of movement through an entire water column to get to 18. That is not typical in a groundwater case to see that much movement in that short amount of time. And I understand that's a difference between March and October, so that's several months. But when you're talking movement through in hydrology, that's a extremely fast movement in a very short time. And that's one of the additional reasons why the OCD is concerned that there may be another source, because the movement from 7 through 17 and to 18 in that short amount of time is highly unusual.
All right, Mr. Powell, is there anything else of significance to highlight for the commission on this map before we move back to your presentation?
So I would like to point out a couple more things. So the windmill, if you look at the chloride contouring that's drawn on the map, you see the windmill contouring that goes around 10, around 1, and to the windmill as far as a chloride level. That's not super surprising because drawing water will create a vacuum effect that will pull concentrations in, but it's pulling from an area to the east of it, which means it's pulling contaminants essentially towards it. We don't know how close that movement is. And as we know from 18, in this area, movement can happen rapidly. Again, 18 went from 908 to 7,820. So that movement in this area, for some reason, can happen extremely fast. I know we talked about water quality with different witnesses going through, but I just want to state, I pulled averages on the windmill just to see where it was trending. In 2019, it averaged 245.5. In 2020, it averaged 280.5, 2021, 251, 2022, 233. All of those were indicative of background. 2023, it jumped to 359. 2024, it averaged 505.5. So it's almost now doubled what it originally started at. The last sample in itself was 540. So in 2023, the trending started going the wrong direction. So, and we don't know how fast that's going to change because look how fast TMW 18 changed. So we really need to get an idea of what's going on with the overall chloride load in the area, what the risks to the area are, so then we can look at what we're going to do for remediation. One last thing I'd like to point out in the map, look at the circle around TMW 17, the 10,000. That's a fairly large circle as far as contaminants over 10,000. Again, we heard Apache's expert talk about, yes, you have gradient, but you could have individual flow patterns. You could have those kind of things. You could fit that entire circle between TMW 17, roughly following the gradient between TMW 16 and TMW 18, between TMW 19 and TMW 18, and between TMW 24 and TMW 23. You have hundreds of feet in between those two wells. And that's why the OCD required those wells, TMW 36, TMW 40, and TMW 41, is that follows similar to what we did with TMW 17, The flow gradient in the area, down gradient of 17 in areas that could be missing, again, high concentrations of contamination. You know, there's two wells on this map that with Apache's addition may no longer be needed. And I'd like to point those out because the other wells OCD evaluated in their evaluation before they added the conditions of approval. So Apache added TMW 30 to this. Excuse me. So that essentially, if you've got 26 and 30 added there, we probably don't need 38 any longer, or at least not at this time. If you scroll up a little bit, Jesse, to the top of the map. So originally OCD proposed TMW 31 in that area. Apache has since come back and proposed TMW 29. So one of those wells is probably no longer needed. If you follow the gradient arrow in the area, TMW 13 is your contaminated well that's close on the northern edge. Theoretically, 31 is more in the line of the gradient than 29 is, but you don't need both of those wells. Only one of those wells are likely needed.
Mr. Powell, I'd like to just clarify too for the record. I imagine this is obvious on the screen, but when you say TMW 30 as proposed by Apache, you're referring to this well in a southerly part of the state, but that was or southern part of the map, but that was actually labeled by OCD as TMW 39, and then you're not referring to TMW 30 proposed by OCD up at the top of the map. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I just want to make sure that we're clear because we have some overlapping numbering in the proposals for the wells. And I believe that the Apache's witness, Mr. Graham's explained this, but thank you.
The rest of the wells that OCD requested as COAs, OCD is still requesting to fill in those gaps in the investigation of where the most concentrated chloride columns are at. So we can then take the next step for remediation. Those wells are still potentially hundreds of feet from the closest well. So we're not talking small areas, and I'll go into that more. We're talking large areas that this gap fills as far as what we need.
All right, Mr. Powell, I think I'm going to transition back to the presentation now. All right. Let's see. I'd like to move to the overflow of Apache's groundwater flows and direct you to OCD Exhibit 4-0050. And I think that you had covered, referenced some of this in your summary, but could you please point out for the commission what, in your opinion, in reviewing these reports is significant about these excerpts from Apache's reports?
Yes, and there's a couple details to point out as well. So from a high level, these are the groundwater flow maps in the area based on each sampling event that Apache has taken. These come from Apache's reports that we're taking as factual. These are not maps that OCD created. These are maps that Apache provided. So I want to call your attention on each of the maps, specifically to TMW4. So in the map on the left in 2022, the direction around 4 is not showing a high pressure area, and it is showing flow in the same gradient that we're seeing today. And that was based on the number of wells they had at that time. In the right map, I just highlighted the area of the 2022 area in the December 2023 area in that yellow box. Again, no abnormalities shown around 4. There's some shifts in gradient in specific areas. But again, we're just getting more gradient information in the area, and we are seeing slight shifts, but not major shifts in the area. And then if we go to the next slide, I can further elaborate on that.
Please do.
So in this slide, I'm re-showing the 2023 map and the gradient that was shown there that was just in the prior slide. And then I'm comparing it to the 2024 March 2024 map. You see the area around 4 specifically. All of a sudden you have what is considered a mounding effect, where 4, instead of being part of the grading of the area generally, you're seeing 4 as a mound at this point, or a high level or high spot in the water, which is an abnormality from all the prior sampling events, which is highly significant. The other thing to also note in the 2024 event that's kind of an abnormality is the gradient around the windmill is showing now kind of a southeast flow. But if you remember the chloride rings that were on the Apache's map, showing the chloride ring moves towards the windmill, that would be contrary to what they're showing in the March 2024 map as far as gradient flow. And then
Mr. Powell, we heard some testimony. You're saying mounding. We're on the same point. So you heard from the testimony yesterday some testimony and some questions about mounding at TMW4. Do any of these maps give you any concern about mounding in that location?
So TMW4 gives me a high concern for that area. It's up gradient to where you would have groundwater influx. It didn't show in previous sampling events. All of a sudden, it popped up in the March 2024 report as an abnormality. And when they went back and resampled in October of 2024, that mounding is still there. So it's not just an incorrect calculation around 4. It's a continuation of mounding in that general area, which gives me concern that there may be an active release in that area. And that could also be part of why you're seeing the major jumps in chloride loading in TMW 17 and nearby wells.
Going to move on to the next slide, Mr. Powell. What is on slide 52?
Slide 52, again, is that March 2024 report on the flow paths. Again, I think we hit it in the prior one. It's just a more blown up area showing those flow paths. A couple things to note, TMW 13 is contaminated. If you look from the flow paths, it's upgrading. I think we've talked about that. The prior witnesses talked about that extensively, so I won't dive into that. I think some of the upgradient wells that OCD and even Apache has proposed is going to vet that out more to see if maybe that was caused from a cross gradient flow or if there's potentially another source further up gradient from that well.
Thank you. I'm going, if it'll work, I'm going to go on to the chloride concentrations contours. We're moving on to slide 54. Mr. Powell, what's depicted on this slide?
So they're concentration contours from sampling events that Apache has taken in the area and how they've evolved over time. So if you look at the concentration contour maps, as we've gained more information as time's gone on, we've seen shifts in what those contour maps have done because we've learned more information with the area. There has been some increases, but up until this point, they weren't massive increases. They were slow progressions. TMW5 found a high contaminant level, and it was kind of at that point that it really spurred over that 1,000 chlorides hey, there's something else going on potentially out there. TMW6 being over that 1,000, that was concerning. Some of those other levels prior to that, as could be discussed, were above potentially background, but they were nominally above background. So we were taking some time to try to understand that. And then once we hit 5 and 6, those levels went up, which spurred us to look at it further.
All right, Mr. Powell, I'm going to direct you to slide 55. Is this the continuation of the same contours from the previous slide from a later date?
It is. So this is as information has progressed. So you look at the left-hand side, this is December of 2023. It's the chloride contour maps provided at that time. And then on the right is the March 14th, 2024 chloride map from that sampling event. As you can see, even in that time period, there was shifts in chloride contouring that Apache provided, showing there was changes potentially going on in the area that we didn't understand why it was changing or the chlorides were moving, why they were contouring quite the way they were. You have wells increasing and decreasing. So 14 was one of the wells that we pointed out previously that went over 7,000 chlorides. Well, in December it's at 2,500, and then in March of 2024 it dropped to 1,810. So it was actually trending down before it trended back up. So because of that in the area, there's movement of the chlorides that we don't fully understand at this point. You look at 18, which was the key well I pointed out previously. In December of 23, it was at 2,000. In 2024, it was 908. So it was trending at decreasing before then it trended at increasing. And typically when you have a chloride plume moving through water or contamination plume in general, you're going to see the plume move through and it's going to go up until the plume moves all the way through, and then it'll go down. Unless you have multiple plumes moving through an area, multiple event sources moving through an area, you shouldn't see a lot of variability. As the plumes moving forward are moving through, you would see an increase until it moved through, and then you would see a decrease unless you're on the outer edges of a plume. As the plume goes in and out, you could potentially see some of those rise and falls. But again, we're looking at extremely high levels in some of these areas. And if we're on the outskirts of a plume, that's concerning. 18 rising and falling like it has could be indicative we're on the outskirts of a major plume. Whether that's to the east or to the west, I don't know. Or it could be that we're tracking multiple plumes through this area.
So, Mr. Powell, there's been extensive testimony and questions about this concept of a chloride plume in the groundwater. If chlorides are getting into groundwater, in your experience, what are the basic mechanisms for those chlorides even getting to groundwater in the first place?
So I have not seen anything proposed by Apache that this area has natural chloride concentrations. So the way the chlorides would be getting to water would be coming from a source, infiltrating down through the soils to get to the water, or flowing from somewhere up gradient into the area. Our reviews showed Apache's infrastructure was the only infrastructure in the area that would carry produced water. If you have natural gas, for instance, it's not going to carry produced water. If it is, it's going to be at minimal amounts. So initial reviews by OCD showed that Apache had all the infrastructure in this area that could contribute to produced water. So the pathways would be potentially from a release, unknown exactly where or at what time period, because we haven't fully identified that yet. And then infiltrating through the soil to getting to the groundwater and then flowing in the groundwater column.
Is it possible that there is a pocket or pockets of chlorides in the soil that are leaching into the groundwater, but there is not an additional ongoing release?
It's possible. The changes that we've seen in January 8th in the chloride levels are concerning. For that much additional chloride to leach into the ground, I don't think it's possible from a pre-existing release that's not active, unless we didn't previously identify the core of that plume. If we didn't identify the core of that plume, then it could be the plume moving through. If TMW 17 previously identified the core of that plume, then I don't see how you could have leached that much chloride into the water and then have it move to that extent from a prior release. So it's in my opinion, it's one of those two actions that are probably at play. Is either you didn't identify it previously, or you have something else adding to the area, which is a concern. And
so on that point, Mr. Powell, if there's a core area of chloride contaminations that have not been previously identified in soil that just leached into the groundwater through some event, what would be the necessary remediation step, immediate and ongoing steps to contain that contamination?
so if you've got a chloride column in the soil that is leaching into the groundwater table, you have to address that to stop that leachate. Because it will have infiltration over time. And that was one of the conditions that we added to the conditions of approval, was for all future monitor wells to be drilled, taking samples, composite samples every 5 feet to see if we drilled through something that's contaminated. Because at this point, there's several of these wells we drilled as water test wells. And it wasn't something OCD asked for or before, and it wasn't a concern previously. We thought we knew the source until we didn't. Is we could have drilled TMW4, we could have drilled TMW5, we could have drilled TMW17 for that matter through a chloride column in the soil, and we don't know it because that's not something we previously was being performed. I think we probably are looking at a chloride column, whether it's around the junction box or somewhere else that we didn't previously fully define. Because even if there's no additional chlorides leaching into the groundwater at the moment, the release size of the produced water had to be so massive that that soil is still contaminated because you didn't remediate around the junction box in an area large enough to remediate an area that would have caused this scale of contamination.
Now, Mr. Powell, the other potential that we just discussed was an ongoing release. If there's an ongoing release causing this groundwater contamination, what are the immediate response actions that are necessary to contain that release?
Shutting off the source. That could be because a lot of these are in near pipelines. So that was one of the things in discussion with Apache. And it was a condition that we had previously. I think we're going to work with Apache separate from this hearing to address with the new operator of the area to look at pressure testing those lines in the area, just to ensure that it's not a current ongoing release. Because that's the number one priority if it is an ongoing release, is shutting off that source. So then we can mitigate what's already been released.
All right. So based on that, the immediate response actions we've just discussed, regardless of the potential source, and forget what Apache what Apache has submitted to this point. If OCD were to have to tell Apache where to go dig to isolate isolate or remove contaminants, or identify and prevent a source of further contamination based on these maps, could you tell Apache what they needed to do to prevent this ongoing groundwater contamination?
No idea. I couldn't tell you anywhere inside of this exterior boundary where to go start digging. And at the same point, even on the groundwater remediation, I couldn't tell you where the best place to put a remediation well is at this point, because I don't know where the largest source of contamination is. We assume it's 17, but around 17, if you look at the scale on this map, your closest well is probably over 300 feet away. So we don't even know if 17 really is the highest point in the area. We just know it's the highest point that we've seen to date.
Okay. Mr. Powell, is there anything else of significance on slide 55 to identify for the commission?
No, I think we've pretty well covered it.
Okay. That one's beat. All right. I want to move on to OCD's conditions of approval. And I'm going to direct you to slide 57. Mr. Powell, if you would please remind, you provided some of this in the summary, but please remind the commission of when and why OCD issued the conditions of approval.
So going over the time frame again, just when and why. In March of 24, we looked at the report that Apache provided. It provided no additional investigatory actions other than continued sampling. That was a concern. And so we met with Apache, expressed that concern. In April, they came back, they proposed 4 wells. Again, OCD didn't feel that that was sufficient enough, expressed our concern in that meeting. And so in May, they increased it to 5 wells. Again, OCD felt that making positive traction was not what we were seeing based on the level of concern OCD had, and OCD expressed in those meetings. However, in May, they did give the map, they gave the 5 wells. We agreed to Apache, we would review those 5 wells, we would review the situation, and internally I directed the staff to review those, and that if we had additional wells at that point, we would add them as conditions of approval, just to help expedite the process. Because between March and May, we're a couple months. If we increase by 1 or 2 wells each month, again, it's going to take several meetings, a lot of staff time to get to where we need. So we took that report, we went back, we reviewed it, and then we added conditions, and I expressly asked the staff to include the reasons for each condition, so we could make sure that Apache understood why we were adding those wells in the areas we were.
Mr. Powell, really, when push comes to shove, why did OCD determine that it was necessary to transition from asking for additional investigation, delineation, wells, what have you, through less formal communication, and moving into issuing conditions of approval in a formal manner through OCD permitting?
We just weren't seeing the progress we were hoping to see, to be frank, for the area. We didn't go into the May stating that we want 14 additional wells. We didn't explain that to Apache because we didn't know exactly how many we were going to end up with. But in those prior meetings, we did emphasize we wanted to see significant investigation in the area because the levels we were seeing were concerning. You're talking, at that point, we've seen 5,600 chlorides in TMW 17, which is multiple times above the regulatory limit. You have several hundred feet between it and the closest wells. So there's a big area in that area that was of potential concern, and we didn't know what it looked like. And we weren't seeing the progress in those meetings that we were wanting to see as fast as we were wanting to see it, because it was a concern to see those kind of levels. And groundwater flows, again, I mentioned, we're not talking about free phase product of hydrocarbons. We're talking about a fully dissolved column of groundwater in the area because of chlorides. So that could be tens of feet, hundreds of feet, depending on the water column. I believe in this area, it's the Ogallala water formation. I'm not a geologist, but I believe I've seen that in one of the reports, which is a major water source in the area. And we've got a major impact at this point that we're monitoring.
Was there a point in time when OCD became concerned that it may need to due to how things have progressed to date, it may need to transition from a collaborative process to an enforcement posture?
So that point came after we issued the COAs. In back and forth with Apache, we tried to negotiate those COAs in good faith to again look at additional wells in the area to properly address our concerns. And when they came back and just added 2 wells, so they went from 5 to 7. So again, with our COAs and those original 5, we were at 19, and they came back with 7. I didn't feel that was a good faith effort at that point. And so that's when it transitioned to a potential enforcement action, or they had to comply with the COAs as previously provided.
All right, Mr. Powell, several of these slides in a row are continuations of the conditions of approval. So I want to ask you generally, are there any, we've talked at length, both parties have talked about the map, particularly Apache's very useful C-4.1. Is there anything else that we need to discuss of significance in the text of these conditions of approval?
So I think we already addressed the changes that I think the division looks at with the addition of the 2 Apache wells, how that would affect the conditions the OCD had for the nearby wells in those areas. So I would skip down to, I believe it's slide 60, which starts the conditions and why those were added. Condition 2, an up-to-date site map showing proposed monitor wells in the statement of work. That map, I would say, was accomplished with what Apache provided in this hearing, but it will have to be continually be updated as we go forward. Quarterly monitoring collected to the present. Summary table and lab analysis are sufficient. I would mention in 2024, Apache took 2 samples, or had 2 major sampling events. So in March and then in October. So that is not a quarterly sampling event, even though that's what had been proposed. I understand there was a lot of negotiations in between there. So part of that probably got lost in those negotiations. But I do think it's appropriate to point out in 2024, we did not have quarterly sampling events.
Could I stop you there before moving on and just ask to clarify, based on the 4th quarter sampling results and your review of that information, we've already discussed some of the numbers jumped up quite a bit. Do you believe that quarterly sampling timeframe is still appropriate?
I think it is. I think we probably need to communicate in a quicker manner between the parties. Once that sampling takes effect, I think even OCD getting some of the raw data may be helpful because of what we're seeing. For example, the last sampling that we received on January 8th, the chloride and TDS was sampled and the report was generated in October. If I remember correctly, looking at the page from Apache's exhibits, that report was generated by the lab on October 31st. So Apache had the raw data roughly around that period, showing that those wells extremely increased in the area. And as testified to yesterday, there was no actions taken by Apache once that was discovered.
I believe we had some discussion yesterday about likely delayed response due in part to the timing of the sampling between chlorides and TDS results and 3103 results. So I just want to ask you, is there anything in the conditions of approval or the wells we've just discussed that require additional 3103 constituent monitoring?
So there is, and that kind of touches on condition 4 and 5. One of the things that was detected in, I believe it was TMW 17, was cyanide above regulatory limits. So an assessment needs to be done in the wells surrounding that to see if those are also contaminated to that point. We've seen some early barium hits in the windmill. Looking at that again, we believe that was actually a conversion error and it wasn't above standards. But we have seen some exceedances in the 3103 based in the January sampling event. It wasn't addressed in our prior conditions, not addressed here. So it would be something I would expect Apache and OCD to discuss in future sampling events going forward because of that constituent.
Okay. Is there anything else of significance that need to be pointed out in the remainder of the conditions of approval on this slide?
I think we hit, the sampling for composite samples as they drill, drilling commencement within 90 days. I think we hit all of those in previous slides.
All right, then I'm going to move on, and we're going to talk about some of the well locations. And some of this you addressed in your summary, Mr. Powell. So if we're going over, material unnecessary, just feel free to move us along. But I want to ask you on slide 62. We've seen this map before. What's the significance or the importance of including this map again on this slide?
So we're kind of changing gears again from the conditions. We're going to look at the site holistically again. So again, this was the most up-to-date map that I thought was out there when we created these slides. So it's just to bring the commission's attention back to the area in general.
Okay, then moving on, we have two maps here on slide 63. Please explain why these were included for the commission.
So these, I actually took Apache's map, I took their scale, and I tried to depict the areas that we were looking at as far as size. These are general areas. I put them up as squares because it was the easiest. So you could always cut off some small corners. But really on the left-hand side, I took the outer northern limits, eastern limits, western limits, and southern limits of wells that we've seen that we had impact in to depict the beige color on the left. So you're looking at an area that's approximately 1,950 feet tall by 1,340 feet wide.
Okay.
The area on the right in the pink that's on the outside of that is the additional area that we've investigated to date, showing clean samples that we have seen to date, showing that the investigated level is slightly above the area we're at. You notice the beige area square on the bottom of the map does go to the edge of the pink area, showing that we do not have a buffer on the southernmost limits of the impact.
So do you recall during earlier testimony, I believe one of Apache's witnesses indicated that they felt that the perimeter of the quote unquote chloride plume had been delineated? Do you recall something to that effect?
I do.
Do you agree that the beige box here represents that we likely have a handle on the exterior perimeter of the chloride plume in groundwater on the north, east, and west sides?
So with a couple caveats, the east and west side, I would agree. We're not looking to continue exterior delineation there. On the north side, TMW 13 did have an elevated level. There's no current wells potentially directly up gradient from TMW 13. It's kind of in the northeast corner of the tan box, just for reference. So there's no wells directly up gradient to that. So that potentially could move up. And then the southern limit is not fully defined at this point because TMW 23, I believe, and it's hard to read this map, was over 1,000 chlorides.
Okay. So in terms of strictly horizontal extent of the plume currently, there needs to be further delineation to the southern extent until we get to background. Is that a fair characterization?
It is. In the Wells OCD, and I'll kind of hit that a little further. The Wells OCD proposed west of 23, and I believe east of 23 is to identify. Is 25 down on the bottom sufficient? Because 25 is 1 point several hundred feet away. And you're talking about hundreds of feet to the east of 23 that could be contaminated, and hundreds of feet west of 23 before you get to 24 that could be contaminated. So I don't know if 25 is going to detect that or not, because it's 1 point several hundred feet away. So that's why the OCD, and I'll show shortly, proposed additional wells in those areas.
Okay. Well, in that case, I will move to slide 64. Mr. Powell, what is represented on this slide?
So this slide was an attempt to provide the commission with some scale. Sometimes when we're talking about sites that are out in the middle of nowhere, it's hard to relate scale and understand what you're looking at. So on this is an overlay of where we're sitting today. As a reference. In the bottom left-hand corner, you see the 1220 South St. Francis Drive address in that scale. So that's the Windolchino building and its parking lot. As you can see, that's a small piece of the overall scale of what we're dealing with today. So if the commission wants to understand truly the area that we're looking at, and includes several state buildings, it includes a soccer field, it goes up by Trader Joe's, it's a massive area looking at that scale. So that's what the left picture shows, is that general scale for the commission's understanding of what we're dealing with at this site. The right picture identifies where all the wells are currently located. So the blue wells, are the blue points in that, are showing where existing wells that were testing clean in March were. The red wells are wells that were testing above chloride levels at that time. I would note I did miss 2 wells on this. I missed the windmill well, which is just directly below the 3 blue wells on the west side that are in a line. So it's about where your cursor is right now before you moved it. So the windmill well is right there. And I did miss TMW 27, which is the proposed well by Apache that is directly north of 17, slightly. And I did pick it up in further slides, so I'll show that shortly, just as far as where TMW 27 is. But if you look at that scale, and as far as what we're dealing with, Downgrading of 17, we've got half of the state building that's around 17. We've got the tax and rev building south of that road. We've got all of the parking lot of that state building and the Window Chino building that doesn't have a single well in it for scale. So you have a massive area downgradient of your most contaminated well without a single well in it. So I think this just gives an overall understanding of the size of scale of the area we're looking at.
So, Mr. Powell, how common is it that you have come across in reviewing site characterizations and delineations that have dealt with an impacted area of this size?
I would say it's extremely uncommon. Typically, you're looking at areas kind of the size of a well pad, slightly bigger than that as it moves. You catch things fairly quickly when it surfaces, so groundwater impacts are more limited. So something of this size, I would say, is more uncommon.
And have you heard or read anything in the materials leading up to this hearing that explain the volume of produced water that would be necessary to be released to impact an area of this size?
I don't, and I don't know that we can calculate that today because we don't know the maximum levels. We don't know where the extents of the plumes, where those contours really are. Because we're hundreds of feet in between there. So I think it would be hard to identify. I would say it's massive, but I don't know to what extent or even if it can be calculated today.
Okay. All right, Mr. Powell, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next slide, number 65. What is depicted on this slide?
So again, this is trying to show scale to the commission. Groundwater flows, I used the March groundwater flow because that was the most up to date when I created this slide. I overlaid that with the area in Santa Fe here where we are, just for understanding what it looks like with the wells that are here today on the left-hand map. So you look at like TMW 17, it's flowing, the groundwater flow in the area goes south to southwest. And that's an impacted area. You look at 18, again, it kicks to the southwest. So the contamination we're actually seeing at 18 today, the TMW, and I can't read it, at the very bottom, right in the middle, would not be directly down gradient. It would be down and cross. And 18 is now a significant concern in the area. It includes the green, and again, I'm staying on the left-hand side. It includes the proposed wells except for TMW 27, as I previously mentioned, where Apache proposed to put in wells in the general vicinity of these wells. As you can see, there's nothing to the west of 18, which is the groundwater flow of the area. There's really nothing more proposed to the south of 17 along that gradient. So there's some things to the east, and I think that'll help define that area, but there are still major gaps in that area. Again, 17 is your highest area, so that's an area that OCD focused on quite extensively in their proposed wells. On the right-hand side, the yellow dot with the kind of the red circle around it are where OCD proposed additional wells. As you can see, there's 3 down gradient of 17, with one of them actually at the bottom being down gradient of both 17 and 18. There's a well east, I think that's 25, but I could be wrong, to see if that chloride contamination extends east of that well, because again, we have one point in the middle of hundreds of feet. The ones around 27 are trying to identify really the extent of that plume and to see if we're dealing with the most concentrated areas at 17, or if we're just in an outer edge of that concentrated area. Again, trying to identify the situation like came up in the January 8th permit where our levels extremely rose in between sampling events. Is that something that was there all along, or is that something new? We don't know because we didn't have enough wells in between to show if there was previously chlorides in the area that high, or if this is all new chloride impact.
So, Mr. Powell, the last couple exhibits have been overlays of multiple maps. So I just want to ask for clarification for the commission. How and what did you use to prepare these slides?
So the gradient maps and the overall site map I pulled from Apache's information. The scale of the maps, of those maps, I measured using Apache scale to get the general scale of our dimensions in the boxes. Then I applied the general dimensions of the boxes using Google Earth and the scale on it to get the overview of where we're at today, to get the general area to show the commission what that really looks like.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Powell, I'm going to go to slide 66, another set of overlaid maps. Please describe the content of these slides for the commission.
So the left-hand slide is basically what we just went through. So I'll skip that. The right-hand slide is to go over where OCD picked additional wells. I apologize, I didn't number these, but just for general reference, those are the wells that OCD had in the conditions. Again, as previously discussed, for Apache's TMW 30 well, the proposed well just slightly north and a little bit east of that one, OCD feels that may no longer be needed. And
so
then
can I interject, Mr. Powell? So when you say these wells represented here, are you referring to the bullseye red and yellow dots are the proposed conditions of approval wells?
That is correct.
And where my cursor is above TMW 30, is that the well you were just referencing that may be able to be removed?
Correct.
Or moved? Okay. Thank
and
you. Please continue.
And I would say the same thing around TMW 29. Just to the east of 29, I would say. Other than that, OCD still feels the rest of the wells are needed for the reasons given in the proposal. And it's those wells, for the most part, there was one or two towards the outer edges, are not to define the outer edges of delineation. It's to truly understand what we've got inside of that outer edge of delineation. You can see there's 4 wells kind of directly around 17. It's to understand, are we on the edge of a plume on 17? Are we in the middle of it? It's kind of interesting. I picked this before the January 8th report came out, but you have a well between 14 and 15. That's going to help define where that contamination is there. Again, 14 and 15 dramatically rose in between here. If I was to pick one today, I would maybe look at one north of 14 as well because of the impact levels that we've seen at 14, maybe something between 14 and 31, because directly up gradient between 14 and 31, you're probably looking at an area of 500-600 feet. So the wells that I proposed here today, or that we proposed, other than the 2 wells mentioned, I still feel are needed in the area to properly investigate where the chloride columns are as of today.
So it's fair to say, Mr. Powell, that these wells are proposed in order to enable OCD to say with some degree of confidence, like where a line has to be shut off or where they have to dig or what, or take some other remedial action.
And I can't even state with confidence that we'll know that after even drilling these wells. I think these are the wells that are needed for that next step. But as far as where to shut off the line, where to put in remediation wells, these should help with that process. But there may be some more fine tuning there. That's going to be something that we would ask Apache and their consultant after drilling these wells and getting those levels. Are we confident now to go in and start remediation in the area? Or is there another gap? I think up to this point, that's the problem, is there's more questions than we can answer, where we can't start that remediation. This is an attempt to get some information, so maybe we can start down the remediation path and move this site maybe out of 29 into part 30, so we can truly start looking at groundwater remediation.
Earlier, you had referenced that most site characterizations and delineations that you reviewed have been closer to the size of a well pad. I think we've heard some testimony to the effect of Apache believes that the number of wells is abnormal and not reasonable in their opinion. Would you agree that for an impacted area the size of a well pad, 40 monitoring wells could potentially be excessive?
I would say yes. Are the wells we're proposing abnormal? Absolutely. Is the area that I think we're covering abnormal? Absolutely. Are they excessive? I don't think so. I think at the end of the day, we're probably going to have more wells in the area. Hopefully they're all recovery wells and we don't have to continue investigation. And we can start down the remediation path. But I think these wells are necessary. Could there be one or two wells in this area that don't provide significant information? That is possible. But even if you show the similar information, you give a definitive area of knowing that's what it is in the area. As far as quantitatively, it's all going to be information to identify how big of an area you're looking at. And the attempt is hopefully to get enough information where we can move down the path. Because again, chlorides are moving through an entire water column. As Apache, and I hate to keep bringing it up, mentioned if it was free phase hydrocarbons, they mentioned they may be more attentive to it. Chlorides are dissolved phase, so you're contaminating an entire column as it moves through. I see this as being as much of an immediate concern as several feet of free phase hydrocarbons moving through the area.
So, Mr. Powell, in your experience, while the number of wells may be abnormal, is it OCD's position that they're commensurate with the size of the impacted area?
It is.
Thank you.
I would clarify that if we would have known how big the area was originally, we could have probably redesigned this into a perfect world and it'd look different. But it has been a continued ongoing process of trying to collect information. And I think that's what the division is attempting to do here.
Thank you. I'd like to now draw your attention to slide 67.
Mr. Tremaine, may I
yes.
interrupt? I apologize. Is this a good transition spot, maybe for a lunch break?
Oh, actually it is, because I was just on autopilot, and we're done with the presentation. Slide 67 is a different exhibit. And so I think we can come back and wrap up with a couple questions and then make Mr. Powell available for cross.
Okay, excellent. So why don't we stop for lunch? Let's come back here at about 12:10. I'm sorry, 1:10. 1:10. Because that only gave you 7-minute lunch. 1:10. Thank you. Conditions for approval on Apache Corporation's